This is Mario. Beloved, let me gratefully welcome you to Wednesday afternoon without my one and only sister. Yes, beloved. This is now the fourth consecutive Wednesday that I have had to hold the fort. And again, it's my pleasure. But I think that uh, this is it. And next Wednesday, my one and only sister will be back in the cockpit, guiding you to her perspective on education as she always does. For me, I am just profoundly grateful for the opportunity to, well, share a piece of her platform and hopefully take advantage of it, because I do believe that when I started talking about humanities, and specifically African humanities, I really thought that was it, my singular opportunity, and I made what I quickly concede now to have been a mistake, and that the topic of humanities, and in particular African humanities, uh, requires a little more attention than I was, well, assuming I could handle in one program sitting in for my one and only sister. It has been 4 Wednesdays. And so the second Wednesday, I recall saying, wow, I probably left a lot of my beloved audience confused about humanities, and how I was trying to explain how I saw it, how I used it, and how it clearly applies to our situation as we struggle for our, well, mental emancipation. So the second Wednesday, we try to, well, explain myself a little better. And then last week, I really was, well, taken by surprise when I learned that no, it's not just 2 Wednesdays. I'm going to have to be sitting in for a third Wednesday, which is last week. And so, again, I tried to explain myself as best I could, but I was doing it from the perspective that I had already messed up, confused a lot of people, and that I need to slow down and explain myself in simple terms. So when I learned that, yes, there would be a fourth Wednesday today, I said, well, hey, that is what I'm going to do. Because I have been on my back foot, half balance for 3 Wednesdays in a row, trying to explain a very critical situation. And I was continually taking it for granted that it was, well, easier to comprehend and to intellectually process than was the case. Because, beloved, let's face it, we are headed for a 200th anniversary of struggle for our mental emancipation. And I can say that we even have a full comprehension of what it means to be mentally emancipated. And I have to confess that I think I was taking that for granted. And that was part of the reason that I feel culpable or feeling guilty that I caused the problem myself by trying to compress a very critical issue into, well, one Wednesday discussion. And it didn't work. And so now I think I have a better perspective of the confusion that I and my own singularly caused. Because, well, plain and simple, I was taking it for granted that we were all on the same page when we're talking about our mental emancipation. But it definitely is not as simple as that. Physical emancipation is something, well, somewhat easier to grasp and to comprehend than mental emancipation. Because we're talking about physical enslavement and therefore physical emancipation. We're talking about something tangible, palpable, something that you can objectively get a hold of and visualize in terms of, well, a human being that is bound in chains or restrained however which way, but definitely physically restrained. And that's how we see chattel enslavement. So when we're talking about emancipation from physical slavery, it's easier to comprehend because we know that we're talking about being relieved of whatever restraints was binding us, whether we were actually chained or rope or it just was the physical threat of punishment that kept us bound to enslavement. But the point is that physical enslavement is much easier to comprehend so that when we talk about July 3rd, 1848, we're talking about the end of physical enslavement, the end of physically being restrained by the bounds of chattel enslavement. That was July 3rd, 1848. And I don't think that to this day there's any confusion, any misunderstanding as to what is meant by emancipation from physical slavery. I think we are on the same page with that, and we all understand that July 3rd, 1848 meant the end of physical slavery. The issue then is what followed the emancipation of physical enslavement. Because we also all agree that chattel enslavement is a dehumanizing system that strips human beings of their humanity, making you an object, a thing, a thing that can be bought and sold, owned by someone else, which clearly speaks to the fact that when you're subject to the system of chattel enslavement, you have no control over yourself and definitely not over your humanity as a human being. That has been stripped from you and is in the possession of the person who owns you. So when July 3rd, 1848 came, and our ancestors emancipated themselves from physical enslavement, what was next? And this is where the complex situation calls for one careful analysis that clearly explains what is meant by mental enslavement, because that's what our ancestors stepped into as they stepped out of physical enslavement. And this then is where we begin the elusive discussion about this thing we call humanity. And how do we regain the humanity that we lost due to chattel enslavement? Well, beloved, over the past 3 weeks, we've had discussions hoping to identify the difference in knowledge, because we are viewing knowledge as that unique characteristic that belongs to human beings. We have knowledge, and we try our best to explain that there's scientific and human knowledge. That scientific knowledge is universal, meaning that it does not matter where the knowledge is being used, where the knowledge is being applied. It's the exact same thing anywhere you go with it. And we have been using the graphic example of 1 + 1 = 2 wherever you go. That is science. 1 + 1 = 2. The other kind of knowledge, human knowledge, is what we refer to as our humanities. And different to science, human knowledge is not universal, it is local. It depends on where you are as to how you would acquire the humanities that you apply in your everyday life. And so those are the two kinds of knowledge that we try well, to explain, and I don't think we did a very good job of it. But we're hoping that today we could take the simple building blocks that make up the difference between physical slavery and mental slavery. And that we are now trying to our best to understand how do we emancipate ourselves from mental enslavement. Well, as I said, let us begin with the fact that the two kinds of knowledge are based on foundational precepts. The one, science, is universal, and it is exactly, precisely the same wherever you apply it. It matters not where you find yourself on this planet. It is going to be exactly the same. That is science. The other kind, the human, it depends on what kind of humanities we have developed based on where we live and how we live. And therefore, it is distinctly different from science because it is not universal, it is local. Science doesn't matter where you are. Humanities depends totally on where you are and how you're there. And so science is universal, humanity is local. Let us then apply that to July 3rd, 1848, because when it was made official, legal by the Governor General, said, from this day, all unfree are now free. He's talking about physical enslavement. But what about the mental enslavement? Because this here is where we easily get confused trying to distinguish humanities from science and trying our best to understand what does emancipation from mental slavery, what is it like? How do we perceive it? How do we know when we are mentally emancipated? Because, hey, it's easy enough to know when we are physically enslaved, and therefore when we are physically emancipated. But Lord Harry the Judge, how do you characterize the emancipation of the mind, the emancipation from mental enslavement? How do you characterize that? How do you analyze it? How do you get to not just characterize it, but how do you get to understand it as a kind of knowledge that belongs exclusively to you and your people and not to other people? Because, beloved, that is one of the characteristics of humanities. It's local and it differs according to where you live and how you live. Oh, street, beloved, we are going to do our best here to try to make it as clearly understood as possible so that we know when it is that we are mentally emancipated. Because, beloved, that is a concept that is a little more difficult to grasp than we give credit to ourselves. But we're going to plow through it and we're going to work it out here as best we can this good afternoon. So, hold straight, beloved, bite and blow, and we will be right back. We're back, beloved. And yes, indeed, we are trying our best to get our minds around these elusive and kind of complex concepts that well, leave a lot of us confused and trying to understand where we are and how do we get to understand where we need to be. Well, beloved, beginning with the foundational concept, one being universal, the other one local. Science is universal, humanities are local. And we need to grasp that if we are going to make sense out of this concept of humanities being something that was well, taken from us, and that we need to understand that it was taken from us so that we could be about the process of restoring what was taken from us. And so you say, Mario, what are you talking about now? Well, beloved, the difference in humanities is, like I said, it is local and it is therefore conditioned, influenced by things like the environment, the circumstances in which we find ourselves, and the upbringing that we may have had or not have, because that's just it. If we were victims of chattel enslavement, our upbringing was pure and simple, just being trained to do what our owners wanted us to do. Plain and simple. Nothing about educating you. It's just simply a matter of your circumstances in which you find yourself and the upbringing that you had or did not have. And that, beloved, is what brings us to understand that humanities are defined by values, principles, beliefs. That's just it. Beloved, wherever you go on the planet, the science is the same. 1 + 1 = 2. But wherever you go on the planet, the humanities are not the same. Humanities are your values. Humanities are your principles. Humanities are your beliefs. And that's just it. Beloved, what conditions, what molds, what shapes your values, your principles, your beliefs. And ask yourself the question, if we happen to be victims of chattel enslavement, what are our humanities? That's the point. We have no humanities. That is the nature of chattel enslavement. Your humanities are destroyed. Your humanities are removed. And you are no longer a human being with values, a human being with principles, a human being with beliefs. No. You are now a chattel slave. And a chattel slave has no values. A chattel slave has, beloved, no principles. A chattel slave has no beliefs. A chattel slave is a thing that belongs to somebody else. Yes, the property of somebody else. And so, how is property, how is that thing going to have values, going to have principles, going to have beliefs? And this, beloved, is what we have to begin to assimilate as we try to comprehend our situation in the struggle for our mental emancipation. So that, beloved, July 3rd, 1848, right as in our situation, science didn't change. Whether we were enslaved or not, science is science. 1 + 1 is still 2. And that's the point that we need to fully grasp. Science is universal and it is unchanging. 1 + 1 = 2, wherever, whenever. But now, when it comes to the other kind of knowledge, the kind that is local, the kind that is defined as our humanities, beloved, we can define them in terms of our values, our principles, our beliefs. And when you go back to July 3rd, 1848, you're confronted with the reality that, but you know, science didn't change. Whether we were enslaved or not. Science was science. 1 plus 1 still equal to. But now, the other kind of knowledge, that was a very different picture because our humanity was taken from us by this odious system called chattel enslavement. Beloved, it means that our values were taken. It means that our principles were taken. It means our beliefs were taken. So I hope we are beginning to process what it means to be deprived of our humanities. Because that's the condition we found ourselves in before July 3rd, 1848. That is the nature of chattel enslavement. We are deprived of our humanities. And we break that down to understand that that means that we were things. We were objects. We were property that belonged to someone else. And as such, we had no humanity. And that is what we are hoping to explain here. That having no humanity means we had no values. We had no principles. We had no beliefs. Now, beloved, let us try and take a closer look at our situation as we move from July 3rd, 1848, with chattel enslavement, to beyond July 3rd, which we would like to see as emancipation from mental enslavement. Well, beloved, now that we're taking a little more time to break it down and take a closer look at the different parts that make up these two kinds of knowledge, science and humanity. We hopefully get a better understanding. And so then I could ask the question, beloved, when the Governor General made it official, made it legal by saying, as of today, all unfree are free. Beloved, was that free of physical enslavement? Yes. Beloved, was that free of mental enslavement? That's a very different question. And I answered by saying, no, we were not emancipated from mental enslavement. And as a matter of fact, the new system was called contract labor, which made the distinction between us being owned by an individual and us being owned by an estate. Because that is in fact what took place. And it was legalized with the Labor Act that went in force in January of 1849, which basically we won't get into all the details now, but we are sufficiently familiar with the fact that it basically said that as of January 1849, you were no longer working for fiat. You were working to get paid. It just so happens that we didn't get paid enough to cover the expenses that the estate said we owed. So the new labor law that went into effect January 1849 said that we were to be paid 5 cents a day for our labor. 5 cents a day. That was a major development from what had taken place before July 3rd, 1848. We were working for fiat. We were shackling slaves. But here now, under contract labor, when we work, we have to get paid. Unfortunately, we did not get paid enough because we were told that we had to pay for our lodging. In other words, we had to pay rent. Housing was no longer free. We had to pay for our food. Food was no longer free. The difference between chattel enslavement and contract labor was sharply distinguished by the fact that you're now working for pay. But the amount of money that we have to pay is just the exact amount that we are receiving for the labor we produce. How that work, Mario? What you say? Well, it says that our wage is now 5 cents a day, but our expenses, including medical, their states, they only they even charge us for medical expenses as if we had doctors or hospitals or something, but we were charged. And it so happened that the expenses added up to 5 cents a day. What a coincidence. Eh? So, yes, beloved, as of January 1849, we were being paid for our work, 5 cents a day. What was unfortunate about this arrangement is that we had to pay for our well being. And that added up to 5 cents a day. So, beloved, while we were now being paid as of January 1849, we never got any money because the 5 cents that we earned for our labor was the 5 cents we had to pay for our daily expenses. And so, beloved, it was not a matter of whether we were emancipated from physical enslavement and emancipated from mental enslavement. We never got there because while it would seem like at least a portion of our humanity was restored to us, in fact, it was not. Beloved, how did the labor law that went into effect January of 1849, how did that give us our values? How did that give us our principles? How did that give us our beliefs? I'm glad you see it. It did not. Matter of fact, while we were now under the control of the estate rather than an individual slave owner, it was pretty much the same control because, beloved, the state, the government did not allow for us to not be employed. You couldn't be a vagrant, you couldn't be a vagabond, you couldn't be loitering, you couldn't be liming. you had to be on contract for an estate. Only them and those who could prove to the state, the government, that they can support themselves, only them and those were free of the contract labor that can find you to the estate. So people like Blacksmith, Tinsmith, Cooper, all them and those who could prove to the government that they could support themselves, they were free of the contract labor. But then ask the question, beloved, did that restore the humanities? Did that emancipate the minds of our ancestors? Did we acquire values? Did we acquire principles? Did we acquire beliefs? I think you see where we're going, and no, I'll have to answer that. The new law that went into effect in January of 1849 did not restore our humanity. We did not somehow gain values. We did not pick up principles. And we certainly did not have beliefs of our own. And so I think we could all agree that while on July 3rd, 1848, we were able to abolish the system of chattel enslavement, it did not restore our humanity. And so that the emancipation from physical enslavement did not emancipate us from mental enslavement. And this is how we made our way to what was the Great Fire Burn, took place October 1st, 1878. Did it restore our humanities? Did we get our mental emancipation? Did we somehow acquire values? Did we embrace principles? and that we somehow acquired beliefs as a result of the Great Fire Burn. Let's take this break, beloved, and we will look into what was our state and when is it that we were emancipated from mental enslavement. That's it. Portrait. We're back.
Please hold for Mario.
Beloved, we are doing our best, trying to do our best to explain how we will know where we stand in terms of our mental emancipation. Because, beloved, you don't just simply rid ourselves of physical enslavement, and therefore that gives us mental emancipation. You don't work with that. And this is what we're trying to explain in terms of the humanities. And what for the last, what is the fourth straight winter now, trying to explain about African humanities. Oh, children, beloved, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I speak to Mr. Owen?
You are speaking to Mario. Welcome to you.
Yes, I didn't hear the beginning of your opening, but I just listened from what you just mentioned.
Ah,
Okay, I look at it different to you, Mr. Moran.
okay.
I would say two characters in our history, right?
Ah,
Dr. Wilmot Dryden, he was born 1832. That's about probably a couple of years before the end of slavery, chattel slavery. And then you had doctor or professor or what have you, David Hamilton Jackson. His parents would have been born in probably the early part of the 19th century. I think himself was born 1866 or 70 something, probably the latter part of the 19th century. But in all of that, and the proximity towards the end of physical slavery, chattel slavery, yet and still, both Dr. Wilmot Dryden and the family and Dr. Billy Hamilton Jackson was able to reconstruct or basically rejuvenate an identity that makes them whole. Their personhood, their manhood to some extent was restored from amazingly from the same book that basically man used to basically dehumanize and enchattle them. That same book was the antidote to restore that fractured and broken humanity or personality or personhood. That's the way I look at it. How would you explain Dr. Bryden and the parents and also the Hamilton Jackson as being so inspirational? How would you account for that?
Again, you have that they were revolutionary in thinking, and I, uh, I refer to people born after, well, around uh, the fireborn and immediately after, as uh, the revolutionary generation. This is where you get your Caspar Holstein and Hubert Harrison,
Exactly.
Rothschild Francis, all of these people, so forth. But here is what I am trying my best to distinguish you, but we were not able yet to be able to have values of our own.
If I may interject there for a moment, you use revolutionary, but revolutionary as a foundation, but where did that impetus to make them revolutionary, where did that came from? It was something in the environment or in it?
Again, both, because really it all started in the early 19th century when uh, you had what is it, the first Monday, August Monday, they call it, uh, 1834, abolishment of the British, slavery in the Caribbean. From that point forward, you know, we were getting more and more, what do you want to call it, revolutionary or radical in thinking, but the environment itself, was mobilizing our thought processes for change. Because, it was in 1847 that the Danish royalty decided that they had to do something because of, well, just that, the radical or revolutionary thinking and the instability that was taking place in the Danish West Indies, where they said, well, like, hey, you know, as of today, all children born are born free, but it would be 12 years before the adults can be free. Again, this added to that way you want to call it revolutionary or radical thinking, you know, and I'm bringing you all the way up to where we get to the Great Fireball because you have no contract labor from 1848 to 1878, and you have to get rid of that, and then after 1878 now, you are talking about trying to get some inside out cultivation. This is where now you have these young minds coming together to say, like, hey, if in Barbados they could have a system of friendlies where every week they are putting a penny aside so that everybody could get, a drive once a week, and everybody get, well, basically with the lottery, we could improve at that.
So
And
before you
let me almost finish. This is when, right here in St. Croix, that group of intelligentsia came up and says, well, we need to go one step further. We need to go not from the friendlies in Barbados, but we need to have a labor union.
but I'm saying that, but to make that stride, right,
Yeah.
there has to be a making hold of the thing because the individual was the party was broken, right?
Yes.
That there was depersonalized, dehumanized.
Yes.
So the human part has to be restored. So before you get into the economics about it and those social movement that lead to the unionization and so forth, I guess I want to know what, and then you make a difference when the Danish government kind of basically caution against the other islands not to do something to that effect, whereas they didn't want them to influence the population, the African population in the Danish jurisdiction. They had one, I guess they postponed with delay, so they want to be gradual and they didn't want the gradualism. They want like what happened in the British Caribbean. They want that to that extent. Whereas I think in the Danish, certain papers will show you that they want a gradual. But my thing is because you're speaking about humanity,
Yeah.
and that is like those values that we saw our humanness, whether moral values or whether cultural traits or what have you, or ethnicities, those qualities, those properties that define humanities or the personalities of people in
Well,
the
but
world.
you're speaking like I am now. That's why they're local as opposed to being like science that is universal. But I'm saying to you that we're in a process, but we never, at least up until now, we're in 2026, we have not understood that we have to have our own values, our own principles,
But
our own beliefs.
no, I want to go too far with. I just want to know how what led up to like a Castle Holstein, a Dr. Blyden, and all of those enlightened ones that basically somehow they accept of it, but they grew up and they were nurtured in an environment where they have seen their manhood and restored, even though they might not have the particular
Well, but you're saying it. We're on our way, but we are still struggling. We are still struggling to regain our African humanity. This is the point that I've been trying to make for these last uh, 4 Wednesdays when I've been sitting here for my one and only sister. That I'm trying to say that
I kind of disagree, but I don't listen out and then probably just jump back in the time around.
anytime, man, anytime we here till 4:30, and all I'm
Okay.
basically saying here at this point now is that hey, you know, when we got our emancipation from physical enslavement, it did not automatically, emancipate us from mental enslavement. And that,
That's where I was not automatically, but we're not saying the environment was there, the
yes,
climate
yes, yes,
prepared.
yes.
So,
And I'm just saying that we're still working on it because we are still, if anything, we are imitating the values of our oppressors. We imitating the values of our colonizers.
so Mr. Moore, I don't let down the phone and listen, and then I see where the conversation is, and I jump back and listen to you.
Not a problem at all. Thank you, thank you. Already, yeah. Yes, well, beloved, I'm hoping that we can grasp that. Yes, as of October 1st, 1878, we had the Great Fire Burn in the Danish West Indies. It started in Frederiksted, St. Croix, but it, its effect was across the Danish West Indies, and it was the beginning of the end of contract labor, where we were confined to estates, and every October 1st, we had the opportunity uh, to change from one estate to the other, from one kind of employment to another, suppose if the estate agreed, but it was all to happen on contract day, which was October 1st every year. And October 1st of 1878 turned out to be the, the Great Fireball that brought an end to contract labor and a beginning to yet another phase of our struggle for mental emancipation. And this is why I was saying to this scholar here, this is at the time here, we're here in St. Croix. And I'm learning this here from my grandfather, who I grew up in the house with my grandfather, and he was one of these people who were talking about moving a step beyond Barbados, because Barbados was leading the Eastern Caribbean in terms of their emancipation struggles. And they had what they call the friendly societies, which basically we are familiar with it. You know, everybody, put in, let's call it a penny. Everybody put in a penny uh, every payday, and every payday, a different person get to collect the accumulated pennies that had been uh, contributed by everybody. Well, here in St. Croix, the group, they call it the local intelligentsia, they decided, hey, we need to go a step farther than the friendlies. we need to have us a labor union where we could organize our labor, make labor a force to work for us, because it is a force that our oppressors cannot do without. They must have the labor that we provide. And once we organize that labor, we could demand what we want for our labor. And this, beloved, was the beginning of a whole new process. But again, don't confuse it with mental emancipation. It is the path. It is the, what you call it? The trajectory is towards mental emancipation. But beloved, we never made it. The labor union was successful. Matter of fact, too successful, because the American Federation of Labor in the United States, a completely racist organization that did not allow for Black people to be a part of it. Now, Black people couldn't join the American Federation of Labor in the States, but at the same time, because they wanted to disrupt the success of the St. Croix Labor Union, they gave Morris Davis a charter for the American Federation of Labor, so that overnight we had not one labor union in St. Croix, but two. The American Federation of Labor gave Morris Davis a charter. And this was the beginning of the end of the labor union movement, because now we're competing against each other. And you know the whole principle already. You know, we were divided, and our oppressors, our colonizers, the Danes, and then the Americans after 1917, they made it a business to keep us divided and fighting amongst each other, so that the American Federation of Labor giving Morris Davis a charter was but the beginning of white supremacy in the States, realizing that here was a movement that was destined and clearly aimed at achieving mental emancipation. Well, they couldn't have that, because all of a sudden you would not be able to control the masses of Africans within their midst. And so, beloved, well, first thing that happened on St. Croix is that we had the most devastating natural disaster we've ever had on this island. That includes Hurricane Hugo. The hurricane of 1928, that was referred to as the gale, because somehow we didn't call them hurricanes back then, we call them gales. The gale of 28 literally flattened St. Croix. It was that devastating. And right behind it, the next year came the crash of the stock market in 1929. And the depression hit us hard. But it wasn't until 1941, with the United States entering World War II, that things began to change. But beloved, hold straight, because we want to take a closer look at how things changed, and we did not get our mental emancipation. So hold straight, beloved. We will be right back. We're back, and beloved, whereas we started out the 20th century feeling energized and hoping for our mental emancipation. And it really seemed like it was within our grasp. We could reach it. But as I pointed out, beloved, our colonizers and the white supremacists, they had the power and they had different ideas, and they were not about to allow our ancestors to achieve that elusive dream of mental emancipation. And, and beloved, this is how we saw World War II as a, well, I don't know how else to put it, but it's like a lifesaver, a lifeboat that was thrown into the troubled waters to give us something to hold on to. Because, beloved, when the United States joined World War II, in 1941, every able-bodied man signed up. You had many who actually forged the age because they so desperately wanted to join the army and to have the opportunity to, well, hopefully emancipate ourselves. Well, beloved, it didn't quite work out that way. And you may have heard me articulate it before, but let me do it one more time and say that, beloved, we joined the army in 1941 as able-bodied Caribbean men. When the war was over, and when from 1945 onwards, we had our men returning from the war, returning home. Beloved, they did not come back as Caribbean men. We left them as Caribbean men, went into the army, but they did not come back as Caribbean men, beloved. They came back as Americans. That's a fact. They came back as Americans. And this was where our trajectory radically changed. Up until our able-bodied men signed up to go to war, we were Caribbean people thinking in terms of acquiring our mental emancipation. But after the war and returning home, we came home as Americans, believing that we had found mental emancipation. And that mental emancipation had nothing to do with our history and with us being descendants of enslaved Africans. It was now all about being Americans. And beloved, that was a trajectory that set us on to finally have an organic act that gave us the Republican form of government. So that the 1954 Revised Organic Act contextualized what our people had been dreaming. That yes, indeed, we can be Americans. And the Republican form of government with three co-equal branches of government was introduced to us by way of the Revised Organic Act of 1954. What is notable, and we need to, well, what we need to grasp, analyze, and understand is that we were no longer thinking of ourselves as descendants of enslaved Africans. No. After World War II, it was crystal clear that we were thinking of ourselves as the new Americans in the Caribbean. And beloved, we implemented this to the delight of our colonizers and the white supremacists that control our way of life. Beloved, it wasn't until World War II that the federal government changed the immigration laws that allowed for migrants from the Caribbean to come to the Virgin Islands of the United States as undocumented aliens. This change took place in 1942 when, for lack of labor, because all our able-bodied people had gone to war, the immigration law that had been changed in 1917 was changed in 1942. See, up until 1917, the Danes allowed for freedom of movement throughout the Caribbean. And we had major migrations from the Caribbean, the largest group being Barbados. Beloved, there were more Bajans in the Danish West Indies than any other group than native Virgin Islanders. But that came to an abrupt halt, ended in 1917 when the immigration law was changed, and the United States says in 1917 the only migration that would be allowed into the Virgin Islands would be from Puerto Rico. So from 1917 up until 1942, when the United States felt itself desperately short of labor, they wanted to build 2 air bases here in St. Croix. They wanted to build a submarine base in St. Thomas. But all of our male population had gone to war. So this is where the immigration change came into being in 1942 and allowed for migration from the Caribbean into the Virgin Islands. But you had to have a sponsor, you had to have a band, and you had to be branded as an undocumented alien. Well, beloved, when the war was over, and then when we got our new constitution and the Republican form of government with the 1954 revised Organic Act, it was time now to separate who born where. And the new movement that was taking place in our Virgin Islands was, who is an alien as opposed to who born here. And that was our new quest for the trajectory that was to give us mental emancipation. Like I said, we were not any longer thinking as descendants of enslaved Africans. We were now thinking as Americans, citizens of the United States of America, as opposed to undocumented aliens who come from all over the Caribbean wanting to displace us. And beloved, this is a struggle that characterized us from 1954 through the 60s, the 70s, up until the 1980s, when again the immigration laws were changed and allowed for the tens of thousands who had migrated to the Virgin Islands and could not get out of that trap that was known as the undocumented aliens. Well, the law changed in the 1980s, and now you could apply for a green card and for citizenship. And that is how we have arrived to where we are. And beloved, I think it should be plain and visible for one and all to see. As a people, we are no longer concerned with emancipating ourselves from mental enslavement. We have long since passed that juncture, and we are now firmly committed to becoming loyal American citizens. And so, beloved, this is where we are at present. And most unfortunately, it does not in any way give us an opportunity to have our own values, our own principles, our own religion. And we should know, because this is the point, beloved, that it doesn't matter where you come from. It's a whole street, whole street. Good afternoon.
Wait, I undocumented. That's what you want to answer the phone?
What they call it? Hey, if anything, boss, you understand? Is I documented because I know a place, you know. And anytime I go in my taxi yard, I got my passport in hand, and I know how to go, who to look for to get my passport stamp. So don't you play that with me because hey, I know where I belong, or no.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Super Dad.
How are you today?
Old, slow, but good to go.
Remember a young man used to be a lab technician? They used to call him Vampire Anui. You laugh, me tickle you.
Well, no, I don't know what it's about. What is that about?
Well, he was one of them been in the army with three brothers, but then since he was the youngest, I think he had stayed to New Orleans to learn for the lab technician and things.
Are you?
So Freddie, he'd have been 104. Freddie come, he'd have been 104 years.
104. What I think.
His name is Granville Alfonso.
Ay, beloved. So that name again, Master Lord, Lord, here name there. Eh?
Freddie coming would have been his 104 born.
There you go.
I think they said, that's his father, they said.
All right. This is so.
Yeah.
All right, boy.
I ain't been there, so I won't know.
All right. Okay, boy. All
And
right.
then Saturday would be Savina.
Okay.
So they were talking about the waiting names that are good day.
Yeah.
The Dominican Republic thing.
Yeah.
The 27th.
The 27th, yeah.
Because I remember in the Emancipation Baby at Just Man.
Thank you.
And he was able to take part, even though, he don't know how to go on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what we are trying to name emancipation,
Stop it, man.
Serious?
Yeah.
They say, your name is FIFA, so you leave it there,
All right, buddy.
Like that, but he was able to take part. And man, that day they had big sale in Cayman that day, you gotta get TV for little and all.
What that thing,
I remember that day, I will never forget that day.
Right. Right.
I also remember the toll at July began. That's what the same day that they knocked that day as the emancipation
Yeah.
is when I joined the fire department.
Okay.
But
Okay. Yeah.
July
Yeah.
1973.
Yeah.
And the candidate signed up and say, we should follow
Kenny.
up. He's saying, oh, just send the police for you.
Wow.
I joined with the police. Just say a police bring me and so Mr. Hanson. What is over the big man who used to deal with the papers and things for remember the guy who's been under public safety?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
That's good for them and those who know it are more beloved. That's what the police department used to have public safety.
Yeah, we've been under them before Fari came in and changed it and we under the office of the governor.
Yeah.
So we have to report to public safety instead of going direct to the fire department. When I come walking coming in with a ticket to go to the states when I stood there by the gate and I said, why, if you plan to go away, better cancel that ticket. You know?
Yeah.
So when we reached the can you get in I said, no, I told him to come to meet me to over the world high school at Yuka Street.
Yeah.
Remember Yuka Street?
Yeah, but that's what they call it, hospital street now.
Well, Yuka Street, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure remember that, you know.
you super that, Mister. You super that. You run things.
Yeah, we got that's what that was the high school, right? That's one thing, right?
Yeah.
And then they came to policy and then education took it over. Very good over.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, good. Perfect.
See, man, the man looking to send me while they work.
Yeah.
Watch out to straight me out. And they know that this man, I mean, this man said, you know, I used to work 7:30 and he done midnight. Are you also here while they work?
You received that he done been there?
Yeah, man, he done there. Yeah, man, so how things going otherwise?
Yeah. Well, thank God, my son. One day at a time, yeah. You know, we ain't cold making up.
Well, my son, these people who stop driving fast on the street, they're parking, blocking the handicap thing. And the funny thing, I don't know, don't tease I want to say about it. Every time she pull up by me, she got to double park, like right when she brings something for me.
Yeah.
Police blowing her shit. They come like, they don't wait. So when the guy.
Oh, wait, no, wait. That was what I asked you. Well, they coupe you, man.
Yeah, and she pull up, and she can't get to park.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
What kind of thing this is? Yeah, they coupe you, man.
And then the same thing with my daughter. One of my daughter, them.
Yeah.
They come like, they think they got to talk about them. But if they ain't doing the work, I'll tell talk about them.
That's all right. That's your right. You talk about them. That's all we there for.
You can't clock in 70, 80 miles. They got tourists walking, trying to the woman, trying to flag them, man, so they could cross. Them man ain't stopping.
They coupe you.
Yeah. Yeah, and me do them on. So they make the guys say only by Migos and the bakeries. So some saying it. Okay? So I cook and do something. Well, you got a thing, a new parcel coming up for his ceremony next month.
Oh, yeah?
I'm going to get on for this month.
Okay.
They have black. They had one in black, so you're going to get the match.
Everybody.
You got three of the ladies, the queen, them, and it.
Okay. Well, man supposed to be a current of town, but it's supposed to be VI History Month.
Yeah. But they more of VI.
How be sure for you?
Matilda and Queen Mary and Batapelli, I think.
Yeah, what they call
That's
it.
the thing. I'm going to get a passport for next month. Forget that. You can't travel 70 plus or more. So the average man says, you can't travel over 70 years.
Everybody, leave it at that. They say, you okay,
A lady said she didn't ask her with you. But I tell her that she can't go there. You know, I down the way in the back. You hear that thing?
Yeah, I hear it, yeah.
He's clacking and that's a motorbike.
What is this?
Man, you can't tell you what you're doing, man. Listening.
You stay strong, my son. You in charge. You in charge. All right. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mario.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
You know,
Um,
we're proud of you.
huh?
We are proud of you.
Yeah. Yes, thanks everybody for all the
Well, you know how it is. You know how it is once, you know, once the bandwagon start to move, then everybody jump on.
hey, well, I'm glad they jump on. I'm glad they jump on, but I don't, this is my first time hearing you since the hearing, so I don't know if you had any comments on it to share with the audience.
No, just like very, very, very proud.
Yeah, but the issue, what's your take on the issue?
Well, just that it seemed to me, you know, was clearly in my face is that, you know, lawmakers with all the power they have being the first branch, they are hesitant. I don't know what it is that this man got so much money or whatever it is. I don't know, but they are well, they are hesitant to do this. Like they put so much faith in this lady from what about part of New York? She said she was coming from, but
Yeah.
she was gaslighting you, you know, and when you point it out, you know, they pretend like they ain't hearing you. And I said, well, why they giving this woman so much credibility there? Yeah, when you know she getting pointed out here by the testifier that hey, you talking about buying this sugar when here you're talking about making it right there.
Right.
It's two different things, you know. And I mean, you made that very, very clear about the two, three, four, 5 times over and over. And that was troubling to me because it's like they were acting as if they didn't hear you, they didn't understand you, you know, why, but why they keep, you know, giving this woman this credibility. She talking about something totally different.
Yeah, I think some of them get it, but their minds are clogged up with the idea, with the colonial mentality that they rather sacrifice their own people for one individual, like that money that he could never spend in all his life. He or his family could spend in all his life. And we're proposing and we're trying to accommodate the situation by saying, move the distillery. And when you're going to have a senator tell you, and moving it going to take away from the farm experience, that is such a personal defense for one lone individual that have billions according to people.
Right,
A
right,
billionaire.
right.
You don't want to punish him for what he even doing here right now. The pollution you have already caused,
Right.
the pest, the herbicides, the spraying. He can't be paying taxes and then license if he don't have them, right?
I mean,
So all them things that he's taking out of our community, our government pocket, and you are not willing to make he dismantle that thing and move it someplace else so that we don't have this issue. You concerned with the farm experience.
it's
This
crazy.
is what BLA, you didn't hear it, but he told me personally, they're going to take away from the farm experience. Again, we always trying to accommodate the people that have money.
No, I
I I don't understand it, and our position is we are you win a little battle on the table, the bill, but we don't want it period here right next to our beaches.
But
No, we
I-
don't
again,
want
but as like I said, you made that so clear, you know, and I don't understand with all the resources available to this man, why it's an issue? Why in the world you're going to tell the man, no, you can't do that here, you can't do it there. I mean, we only have 84 square miles, and nothing going to add to it. I mean,
well, look at what happened in the new article at the OFC with CNN, where a simple thing as or change issues, which is like insignificant money that DP, and I think our change penalty is like $200 a day. And he is going to our governor to ask our governor to get DPNR to back off rather than comply. You know, it's like a rich brat mentality. Oh, I got money, I accustomed to having things my way, no matter how big or how small. And this is exactly the same thing happening here with Robert Abford. We need to compare the two of them. One may not be a pedophile, but he is seeking to save every penny that he can and to do what he wants despite our rules, our regulations here in the Virgin Islands. So we have a second Epstein showing up here, and our senators are accommodating him because I know Mario, they're going to come with all, we're going to take out R1 and R2, and we're going to get them to treat the waste right here, you know, and allow them to pour it back in the land. When you have a guy that had never had no intention to do the right thing, how can you trust him, and how can you have our regulators defending the whole situation? The man that's supposed to regulate him is defending him.
yeah,
So problem there.
yeah, that's crazy. Oriola, what his name is like, I don't know, it's like you said, like in the States, like in the North, all of a sudden, the Department of Justice, like, belong to Trump. He ain't the People's Department of Justice anymore. Like, that's with him. He is not fighting
But
on our
that
behalf.
happening here, though.
Pardon me?
That happening here.
That's
Our
what I'm saying.
Department of Justice belongs to Albert Bryan right now.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
I don't know, but again, well, I would like for us to to have the opportunity to demonstrate to this man that hey, you know, we see what you're doing. You've got the resources, you got the money that we don't have, but we are the people, and we got to demand. And I think that now is the time to do this because this is an election year, and we should make the issue, you know, part of this campaign for November.
We definitely will be doing that. People, we ain't done, you know, we ain't giving up. We meeting and we discussing and we come in with our amendments and whatever is necessary to stop this nonsense, you know, and we're going to expose. We ain't holding back nobody. Any senator that votes for this bill, it's going to be a campaign. Do not vote for them.
Well,
Whether they're running for senator again or whether they're
Yeah.
running for governor. Our campaign ain't going to stop. And it's a boycott. We have a letter prepared. I'm going to go out to tourism and report to the cruise lines.
yeah.
They're trying to control our pier here. We're going to report to them and let them know what's happening and how their passengers are being compromised because of one little selfish individual and our slave-minded elected officials can't see or have the vision, the impact this is going to have on our ocean, our land, our water. So people listen out, look out, we ain't done. We have a great group and we're going to stay fighting.
As you got this platform here, son, despite the fact that, you know, I ain't going to get into that here, but you got this platform as long as they're there.
And I want to say this. I actually went on a tour of the farm yesterday, which I should have done long time ago. And it didn't even make a difference. I never hear so much more lie in an hour and 20 minutes.
I hear you. I hear you.
I mean, oh my God. Oh my God. Anyhow, I gonna leave that be unless somebody else call it. Thanks for the time, Mario.
And thanks for your effort with this. Thanks for your effort. Overdue. We needed somebody like you for a long time, and we got you now. You understand? I definitely get them behind you.
Thank you.
Stay strong. Stay all right. Good thing.
Yeah, all right. Bye-bye.
So yes, beloved. Well, let us take this break, and then, but that has another big issue there that making us seem like we are more concerned about being good Americans than seeing about our own health and prosperity in our 84 square mile island of St. Christ. So, whole stream, beloved, we will be right back. We're back, and beloved, I hope we have found a little bit of clarity, little moral clarity to our explanation of African humanities. Because, beloved, what it comes down to, it was really I would say, in a way, explain in terms of what's going on with our government and the need to, well, explain ourselves vis-a-vis the United States and our position as, well, loyal, patriotic, unincorporated citizens of the United States. And beloved, what we're seeing more than anything is that too many of our people, are concerned with being American and would just as soon erase and totally forget that we are descendants of enslaved Africa. Totally forget that. Good afternoon.
Diesel.
Yeah, man, talk to me.
And they got next problem with the next bill with Mr. Hello.
Well, help me out. How you mean?
Remember, you got a group of young fellows that from here, I think they wanted to build a clinic and thing with houses and this and that by Mr. Hill with the remaining 15 point something acres. So I got built in St. Long. I got controversy between the Senate and the governor.
I don't think that, right?
Eh?
I mean, well, again, I just find out late because like I'm saying on TV, I mean, so I now have to get up to updated on what's going on there.
This bill it came about either the legislation before the one before that they wanted to build, and the people said they didn't want no clinic and this clinic and thing in the area, right? And because I had the Mr. Hill thing in the area there, so they didn't want no more of that. And the only houses and things they want. So they had a big draft up that they was about 24 units, plus a playground and an outdoor, like a place that you go keep meeting and things.
Yeah.
So they got blamed between, they're saying that two of the section the legislature cut out, which means that how is the thing is that they could do what they want.
Yeah.
So that's what the problem. But I think about believing hearing for that is tomorrow.
Okay.
So you hear more about it.
Yeah, I will get updated. I will get updated and let you know.
Because you get closer to it,
Yeah. Everybody.
Like, smile.
You go on. So what that you name? All right. But yes, beloved, more and more we are more Americanized than anything else, and that's the point that I'm trying to get across. That, beloved, we got emancipated from physical enslavement. But I dare you to explain to me how or when did we get emancipated from mental enslavement? Because that's the point that I make it to you that, up until, up until World War II, we were still trying to be Caribbean people and trying our best to get ourselves on a trajectory that would help us to regain some African humanities. But then World War II come and, beloved, it's a whole different situation now, Mr. A whole different situation. We're not even considering the reality that we are, in fact, descendants of enslaved Africans. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to hear about it. That's a radical talk for crazy people and Rastaman and all them kind of things. But uh, sensible people supposed to be thinking in terms of uh, being loyal and patriotic Americans and how we could make progress as Americans. And so, if anything, our emancipation is to become Americanized, and that's where we headed now. That's the trajectory we're on to become, well, the most loyal, the most patriotic uh, Americans, and just like we learn about this sugarcane now and prosperity thing, it's like uh, if you have money, it is well, let me just go to good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back. Welcome.
Yes, so let me ask you this here. Like I said, African now, but yet not too in the clothes. A practical philosophy.
Okay.
You mentioned in terms of values or humanity, like you just mentioned Americans, right? Being
Yeah.
loyal, but not, I would add an adjective, not blindly American. Being loyal to certain ideas, certain principles that I find are strong and universal. So let me ask you, how did that follow that in terms of values like liberty, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Is that an American idea or that's a universal idea or aspiration?
No, again, that is pretty much American.
I mean, it is coded, is that what the liberty, the pursuit of liberty and life and
Yes.
happiness and things, they are basically universal. Every human society, they might not use the same kind of vernacular, vocabulary,
But that's the point of humanity is that I mean, however, you know, uh, well, however minor you might see the distinction, it is what makes the difference between you and me or he and she and this place and that place. And that's the point that I'm trying to make about this thing all the time is that,
but
everybody have their own values.
but let's deal with one of the articles. Liberty, be it liberty in terms of expressing it and you relegate it to mental, or liberty within the society, the social.
Well, again, maybe I'm too historically inclined, but you see, I would always think in terms of when this came about, and this is something that came about.
Not to be rude, when you mean this came up, when you mean this, when you put some clothing on the word this, when you mean this,
Well,
when you understand.
what you offering up as the value of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Uh,
That's what I'm referring to.
okay.
And I'm saying to you that this came out of a time when uh, America was seeing itself as a manifest destiny. And that, again, this is something that, I mean, you could attach to the same value of white supremacists that they are entitled to. And so that, again, I can't see it as universal because it
Life,
did not apply to them. Go ahead.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness, they are not fundamentals of all sapient beings.
If you remove them from the historical context, is what I'm saying. And in the historical context, it's about manifest destiny, that white people are entitled to this.
I will resist that chronology you put it into.
Well, but that's where it comes from.
I would say this ain't manifest destiny, but it came about when the tie from England. I guess they said that because of their experience as colonies, they developed a false identity, and therefore, out of that bond, these manifested these articles of the human personality.
I hear you, but again, you you gaslighting me now because you're avoiding the issue that I'm trying to put here. While this is being said, well, why these statements are being made? You understand? Non-white people are being suppressed as inferior people. So that I'm saying that it does not apply to all humanity. This applies to white people who are separating themselves from their king in England.
Yeah, but the universal that I see within our human beings, liberty. I mean, it might be a primitive form. I mean, but every tribe or group, they have certain things that consider sacred and valuable to them, and the freedom, to express. We might use the more modern form of like for political terms, like liberty, but their freedom to be whatever mythology or story or belief they want to express, a freedom of religion, a primitive religion they may be, their political system primitive it might also be, but and the pursuit, the well-being and the happiness, them transcend racial types, and even geographical types. I think that is fundamental. I think our societies that organize itself, these are some of the elements. They might be the same order, but freedom to express itself, the pursuit of happiness, providing food and the basic necessities that will bring about happiness, and also the other property. That's universal. I see that as universal within the human family.
Well, it's universal. It's like if you, I just remove it from its historical context, and then you say yes, universal. But in the historical context and where it was uttered, where it was stated, it was clearly, speaking to white people.
But that historical context was only an vaulted or a pseudo opinion that was imposed upon non-European people, and we cannot accept that as no more should we have accept the Pope having that universal authority to divide the world between things. That is not rooted in no scientific facts. That what I mean. So we, in terms of this, in terms of enlightenment, we should not accept the moral doctrine or the Trumptonian, however you want to phrase it. That all rooted in no moral truism or no factual truism, no more than the pronouncement of the Pope. So we get what context, and I'm sorry to be so kind of rough like that, but in terms of my language or forceful, but that don't have the context doesn't give us no more veracity or make it axiomatic or factual, be it morality and science or whatever ism you want or whatever study. I just always like I think Mr.
Well, oh, well,
I
fine.
talked about
Well, fine. And I hear you loud and clear. But I then I turn around and ask you. So, from your point of view, then there is no such thing as like a African humanities, European humanities, Asian humanities. These don't exist. You know, and
there's also shared. There's also shared. No matter the culture, no matter the race, they are universal. You will find them in every groups of people, every shades of people. You will find it there, and there's a common part of it. No matter the humanity, no matter the race, the ethnicity, whatever geography, you will find a similar thing.
well, okay, fine. But again, I am advocating,
Okay,
for the humanities, my people
and
who
like
are it.
if I ask you to define, give us some of those African humanities, I will hang up and listen to them identify them. So, thank you, sir.
Well, beloved, I would very much like to refer this scholar to the fact that each and every people and whatever the historical experience has been, uh, you've had your values, the principles you live by, the beliefs that you hold dear. And this is what I'm trying to get, you know, some moral clarity on. But with the top of the hour, so hold stream, beloved. We are going to bite and blow, and we will be right back. So that bit of it, and let me now try my best to explain to you why we need mental emancipation. Because, beloved, we were conquered, we were enslaved, and we were colonized, and are still colonized. Now, that means that the values, the principles, the beliefs that we live by were not of our own making. They did not originate from our, well, unique qualities as human beings, but rather, if you could call them values, they are basically the values that we copied from our conquerors, the values that we copied from our colonizers, the values we copied from our enslavers. And so that to this very day, we don't have humanities of our own. These are humanities that we were trained to live by. Trained by our conquerors, trained by our enslavers, trained by our colonizers. They trained us to live by these values, by these principles, and by these beliefs. So that, beloved, to listen to, well, the positions that are sometimes pronounced by them and those who are a little bit short on the history and know have a comprehensive understanding of our history as a people. And so we don't have any recognition, any comprehension even of what kind of people we were before we were conquered. And unfortunately, because we are so into copying the values of our colonizers, we don't accept that we existed before we were conquered. Ask yourself that. Ask those questions. Before Europeans conquered the continent of Africa and the African people, what were we? who were we? And what were the humanities of those African people before they were conquered? And that's where we run into trouble, beloved, because more often than not, we get into argument as to, did we exist? Because a lot of people really think that we were uncivilized and we were primates. And that, yes, indeed, it's white people and their missionaries that civilized us. Because that's just it, we were uncivilized. And we were like primates, swinging some from vines in trees. And we have no comprehension, no cognition, no grasp of the reality that, beloved, we are the descendants of the original human beings. So yes, the first civilization was on the African continent. And it came out of the human beings that trotted down north from the mountains of the moon into the Nile River Valley. And somehow, beloved, we are unable to accept that Jehuti, who many of us only recognize as Thoth, Thoth, and the books of Thoth. But beloved, this was the African God of wisdom. Jehuti give us writing. Give us mathematics and the sciences. Jehuti is the one who actually taught us how to measure time so that we could even have a calendar. But somehow, beloved, there is a gap, a tremendous gap between our origins in the mountains and the moon and our conquest. Beloved, I have said it over and over again. Until Ashurbanipal successfully invaded Egypt in the 7th century, all Egyptians were African people, all black people, and Ashurbanipal was the first of the barbarians, the Babylonians, to succeed in invading Egypt. And that was followed by the Persians. The Persians, led by Cambyses, and beloved, this is not hyperbole. It's not fiction. This is recorded history. And history records that in the year 525, hear me good, in the year 525, before this common era, more often than not, you would say 525 BC, the year 525 before Christ. Well, I prefer to say 525 BCE, before the current era. Well, Cambyses made it his business to burn every single one of the books of Jehuti. Every single one in a huge bonfire. So that, beloved, there's a 30,000 year period between the descent down north out of the mountains and the moon to when Ashurbanipal and Cambyses was successful in invading Egypt. Now, these 30,000 years, beloved, were the times of the African humanities. This is when matriarchy was the way of life. And so that our values as a people was in the unique reproductive capacity of two entities. Yes, two entities, which is, beloved, the earth that could reproduce itself, it could grow anything, and women, females. They can reproduce. man cannot reproduce. Never could, still can't. And this is one of the most prized values of all the African humanities. That females, that women can reproduce. And so this is the value that gave us the principle that, beloved, there must be check and balance to all living things. And the check and balance was that because man was the physically stronger of the human being, the strength of the male was checked and balanced by the matriarchy established for the female, that our inheritance must pass through the female. And it is the female's family that inherits it's the female family that produces the generations, not the male. And that is an essential matter of fact. Love it. You could call it an existential distinction between patriarchy and matriarchy. Because in patriarchy, even though man cannot reproduce, but he has the physical strength over the female, the patriarchal values allow for the male to co-opt the child reproduced by the female. So even though it's only the female that could reproduce, and it is only the female that produces a child, the patriarchal values allow for the stronger male to literally capture, kidnap, and take over the child that the female produces. Because the male can't produce no children. Male doesn't reproduce. And we're just giving you the fundamental values and principles that distinguishes the African from the European. And beloved, it is for us to accept that we did in fact have a history, a rich history, before we were conquered by Ashurbanipal and Cambyses. And again, beloved, this is not hyperbole. This is not fiction. We are not. We got a call. Hold on. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon for this dissertation.
Oh, welcome. Well, you asked for it, and I'm trying to give it to you.
Well, let me ask you. You mentioned about Abani, Abani Shapal, I guess from either Assyria or Babylon, that area.
Ashurbanipal. And
Ashurbanipal.
Ashurbanipal, and usually the historian says he's an Assyrian, but I would say
Yeah, he was a kind of close where one city was basically conquering and becoming dominant, so therefore they kind of overlapping his rule. And that is where you documenting the foreign invasion of Egypt.
Madam, and I'm giving you the history that this is recorded.
Let me ask you, Mr. Moon, what is your opinion of the Hexus, the shepherd king?
Yeah, well,
Do they factor in into your
they factor in terms of, amongst the many who attempted to invade Egypt but were unsuccessful. And that's how I separate Ashurbanipal and Cambyses, because they were successful. They were the ones responsible for Egypt becoming a Semitic racial population, and people thinking that that Egypt was never black, as if Egypt was never part of Africa.
Are you aware that the same Hexus, they have several dynasties, even look in a while, you could see like the reign of and I believe in passing, it was mentioned by that historian, I think he have local probably Russo, I don't know, that Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben Buchanan. Yeah.
Yeah, he mentioned it. He probably mentioned it, and there's a part in the Bible where they say like a set of new pharaohs who wasn't aware or wasn't really familiar with Moses. So I think he attributes that to like this is probably during the history. Another historian also with the longer same line of reasoning. So in terms of Ashurbanipal, are you familiar with no cultural or no type of reign that they left behind in the Egyptian literature? But be that as it may, right? You also make mention to the fact that I guess the matriarch. Okay, but let me see if you could explain this to me. Egypt, many would say was a matriarchal, right?
Yes, that's a fact.
Okay, but in their narrative, mythological narrative and illustration, when it's pictorially depicted, right? The earth is represented as male, Jeb or Keb. You could pronounce it with a G or with a K. G-E-B or K-E-B. Keb, the Jeb, and that's a male. And you will have to like search hard and long and wide and far to find the earth depicted as a female. uncivilized statement in our local folksy saying or folklore saying.
Well, but I surprised to hear you say that. I mean, when as much as you embrace history, it's like all of a sudden now you're not familiar with Osiris, Isis, Horus.
Yeah, but them, or I talk about the depiction of it in pictorial form. The
Well,
art is represented by Keb, a bird man with his phallus and everything.
well,
But
from
let me show you, he also represented by a goose. And in our phraseology, don't kill the goose that lay the golden egg. The male doesn't lay, only the female lay.
thank you.
Well, how do we make that
Well,
connection?
that was the patriarchal beginnings, you know, in the Orthodox Christianity. It's,
No, I ain't denying that Egypt, but it's hard for traditional Egyptologists to show it. They will tell you that Egypt is not a matriarchal because of the pictorial thing, but Egypt, the heavens is depicted on a female. But before the cow became a heavenly cow, like in Hathor or Mehat, or the different name of the cow was an odd spot before it became elevated to the heavens. And that is evidence of the female. They have the hippopotamus, which was an older form of the mother, and the form of the earth, the earth. Even the very phoneme of language, the song, the earth, is close phonetically to our word earth. So, but
I just want you to acknowledge that there is such a thing as African humanities.
you're trying to make a distinction like African was a matriarchal and there wasn't none in the northern region. But there's the author that you like to basically, being that he's scientific and so forth. Dr. Chef Antoine
Yes,
Diop.
yes, yeah.
Yeah, I have one of his most scientific books. Ain't an easy read, but I see, and then there's another author who's familiar with his writing, he's a medical doctor, I think he's Sing Dr. something, I think it's Finch, Finch. Yeah, he
I don't know.
quotes, you're familiar with the Matika, he was in St. Clair when he was releasing a book. I think it's some echoes of the old dark continent, but he quoted him tremendously.
I know, but I've still got my beloved audience in mind. I don't want to lose them. And that's why I keep bringing you back, because all I wanted for you to will pronounce in their presence is that, yes, there was such a thing as African humanities. And that before we were conquered as a people, before we were enslaved as a people, before we were colonized as a people, that we had humanities of our own. And you want to take apart the humanities, whether they were this, that, whether they have this here had a credibility, whether that doctor said this. All I want to get for my beloved to understand is that we had humanities of our own before we were conquered.
Just make my recollection come back into view. Okay, before the European conquered Africa, well, you mentioned Osiris and his wife, right?
ISIS, and ISIS, the Europeans, Matter of fact, the Romans paid tribute to Isis before they accepted Christianity. It's only because they saw that the masses of the people had embraced Christianity, that they gave up on ISIS and embraced Christianity. Constantine.
But in the European mentality, and their mentality.
But you see, that's how you just gaslight me,
No,
All I'm trying to get you to respond to.
Mr. Mohan,
Yes, sir.
mentality was just a means of recording primitive observation of certain events. They were using that to relate certain facts.
Yes, all of that is fine. But why is it that I can't get you to respond to the African humanities? In other words, previous to Africa being successfully invaded, was there such a thing as African humanities? Yes or no?
In certain aspects.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
No. It cannot be a simple yes or no because they overlap.
What overlap? What overlap? All I am asking you is if they, what are you saying that there were no African humanities? There was only an overlapping?
How would you explain this?
Lord, Harry the Judge, we got again.
No, because how would you explain the concept of a death, a dying God and a resurrected God is in Africa as well as in Europe and throughout the different regions of the world? How would you? Because
if you would read enough, you would know where it originated.
I'm familiar with some that who said there was a center and then it radiated, but
you ain't easy at all. Okay, man. All right.
No, I read certain things, but I have to evaluate and analyze certain things. Just like with language, if you go into the language and so forth, like the very word, and then I'm going off now. They're using America, Indian, I think and the Queen Indian, like the word for totem, right? You're familiar with that article that
yes, I am.
Tribe,
yes,
right?
I am.
But if we use Egypt, the very word TEM in Egypt, it carry all the nuances of that word. So I would say that linguistically, that word fits into the American Indian from Egypt because like the very word came in, even the very word them is democracy, like the body of people. That same word tem as a body, as a tongue, all of that have shades and nuances of the same fundamental that were from, whether in kingdom, whether it's from the political system in, I think in Russia, something but it's like DOM or the Greek or the them and the democracy, etc. Only a linguist who know the fundamental of both African and also the Indo-European families of language could get down to that level and see whether or not there is a link with words of Adam. How come Adam, A-D-A-M, and in Egypt, Adam means like blood or red, and in Egypt the same T-U-M, atom, has the same nonsense, the same nuances of red in it.
Okay.
Is a coincidence or is it at a level in language in type that there was a similarity, there was a likeness, a similar, and then each language develops its own set of grammar and different rules, etc. But anyway, I don't get that one written by this one.
You're easy at that, sir, but but we enjoy the we enjoy it, but we enjoy the discussion. Viewers, stay strong. But he ain't easy at that, sir. Okay, how try to get him to, accept the reality that, beloved, before the conquest of Africa, and Africans before the enslavement of Africans, before the colonizing of Africans. I just try to get him to accept that they were indeed African humanities. Why it's such a difficult thing for him to accept, I don't know. I have my thoughts, but we get into all of that. But I would rather speak to the reality that our mental emancipation is not a given. And all I've been trying to explain is that, beloved, when we successfully emancipated ourselves from physical enslavement, July 3rd, 1848, right here, so it's incredible. My point is that our emancipation from physical enslavement did not give us an automatic emancipation of mental enslavement. And that is where we run into all of these contradictions here. But it is clear that, beloved, we are yet to emancipate ourselves from mental enslavement. And this is where the difficulty comes in. And we try to trace it for you from July 3rd, 1848, through the contract labor to October 1st, 1878, and the emancipation from contract labor. And with it, what I call the revolutionary or radical generation, however you want to put it, but this is the period of time when people from, say, David Hamilton Jackson to Rochdale Francis in St. Thomas to well, we all know like Caspar Holstein. Beloved, we came up with inside out cultivation brought to us by the St. Croix Labor Union. But again, was that the equivalent of mental emancipation? In other words, the question is, the creation of St. Croix Labor Union by the formerly enslaved ancestors of ours, by creating their own labor union, is that the moral equivalent of emancipating our minds from enslavement? I said that because that's what I'm trying to point out, that right on up to World War II, we were making every effort to try to emancipate ourselves from mental enslavement. But, beloved, it didn't happen. And we pointed out that went into World War II as Caribbean people fighting to try to establish our humanities, only to go in to the army and come back home as Americans. Americans who completely forgot that we had been struggling to achieve our mental emancipation. So that when in 1954 we got the revised Organic Caucus, right? Hey, hallelujah. We have made it. We are now having our Republican form of government, a mirror image of the Constitution of the United States of America. And we embrace that, never looking back, that we were actually supposed to be trying to establish our humanities that would give us our own values, our own principles, our own beliefs. Because this is, in fact, what we lost when we were conquered as a people, enslaved as a people, and colonized as a people. So that all the issues that we deal with today, whether it is, well, a matter of a pedophile Jeffrey Epstein dealing with us here in the Virgin Islands, because we don't want to admit it, but again, we are in fact as culpable, as complicit, as guilty as anybody else, because there's no airport at Little St. James Island. So that all that went on this little St. James Islands here of Jeffrey Epstein, beloved, he went to St. Thomas Airport. It all went through St. Thomas Airport. And we already have sworn depositions that tell you that the former First Lady, Mrs. John DeYoung, she facilitated all of these things happening until St. James Island. And like I said, it had to pass through the St. Thomas Airport. But again, as long as we were being loyal, patriotic Americans, we're good to go. And this is what we are trying to show you the framing that we find ourselves in which, beloved, this is not about us having our own values. It's not about us having principles of our own that we stand on. No, we abandoned that in World War II. What we're talking about now is to be Americans. And whatever values we cling to, it is because they are American values. We don't want to be anything else. We want to be Americans. And so, beloved, it is for us to, well, face the music and look in the mirror and admit to ourselves that, beloved, we are not at all interested in whatever humanities we may or may not have had as Africans. We're simply not interested. We are not about honoring our descent from enslaved Africans. No, we want to forget that. We don't want to have to relive that African experience. And that is what is so shameful, that we have come to accept that being second class Americans is much more enriching, much more certifiable, much more acceptable to us to be American, beloved. Doesn't doesn't have to be full-fledged American citizens, but we are Americans. And that is, well, good enough for us. And I hope I have made it clear that, beloved, the matter of knowledge is two kinds. The universal kind of knowledge, which is science, and the local kind of knowledge, which is our humanities. And beloved, I hope I have illuminated the issue with a little more clarity than we did in the previous 3 Wednesdays. By me today explaining that, beloved, it is a matter of how people live. And I try my best to explain that it doesn't matter where you live on this planet. There is scientific knowledge that is unchanging. And that is why I refer to it as 1 + 1 = 2. That's the one kind of knowledge. It's called science. And it is exactly and precisely the same wherever you find it. Doesn't matter, wherever. But then there's the other kind of knowledge. And that is the kind that is not universal. It is not the same wherever you go. Matter of fact, expect it to be different in different places. Because that is what humanities are all about. How human beings live. And different people have different ways of life, depending on where they are. Like, matter of fact, was it yesterday? Today's Wednesday, Tuesday. Either yesterday or the day before, I know it's kind of this thing. Because that's the only internet that YouTube. And they're showing me how there was this tremendous blizzard in New York. I forget how much snow they said fall and how deep the snow was and all of that kind of thing. Because that ain't my kind of thing. But again, this is the kind of environment that impacts the values, the principles, and the beliefs of different people. So that you can't expect somebody who lives in an environment like I just described it inside in New York. Everything come to a halt because of all of this blizzard, this snow. Well, beloved, that is the kind of environment that has an impact on how we live as a people. What kind of values, what kind of principles we uphold, depending on where we live and what we have to live with. And so, beloved, I hope we have gotten a little bit of clarity as to what we mean by scientific knowledge as opposed to human knowledge. But pushing, beloved, because hey, we're about to take our final break of the afternoon, and we will be right back. We're back.
Yes.
And yes, beloved, this is what we call the last lap. So, if you have been holding out to send in your last lick, last lap is the opportune time to do it because after the last lap, there is no more. But, beloved, yes, we have been making the effort because what, well, 4 weeks ago now, which is 4 weeks in a month, right? Well, 4 weeks ago, we were trying very hard to explain ourselves. Call now. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Welcome, welcome.
No, fine, thanks. It's the first time I'm really getting a chance to call in for the day. But you mentioned something just before you went on break about the cold weather up north.
Yes, yes.
It kind of triggered, reminds me of something that I've been noticing. I haven't really looked into it in depth, but I just get this feeling that cold weather seems to make people angry or mean.
I don't know. I haven't experienced enough of it. I it's not been attractive, in my lifetime. I've only been in the cold weather when I had to. I had no other choice.
Yeah, but it's sort of it's a thought that comes into mind from time to time when I look at what people who, for generations lived in cold weather and what they do. For instance, being able to accept slavery, so you're living in a city or town, even though if you didn't have slaves, you saw people have slaves, you saw slaves being mistreated.
Yeah.
And so I kind of wonder, what does that do to your psyche, and why would people think that this is a good idea to do? And so I kind of sometimes wonder if it has to do with the cold weather.
I don't know, but
Then
survive.
something that happened lately that they brought it to mind again. There was a avalanche. There've been a whole bunch of avalanches in a short period of time this year. Italy, Austria, California, and Utah, I believe. Like within a week, all 4 of these places, and they're geographically separated. So it's not like always the same system or the same thing.
But when you
So
say
they have
avalanche, you talk about fatalities. I mean, people
Yes,
dying.
yes. I think so there was like maybe 4 in Italy, two there, but they had a big one in California where 9 people died. There was a
Wow.
group of 15, and they were coming back from it's a ski area. The people were all into skiing. I think their children were at a ski camp, and they went off to another location, mainly moms. And there were many women. There were 4 guys, 3 of them men, 1 female, and then the rest were moms. And the avalanche happened when they were coming back, and 9 of them died.
Wow. Wow.
And
Wow.
but it ends up the location. So they were saying something about the Donner Summit, and I was like, Donner Summit? Wasn't there a thing about the Donner Pass many years ago? I think in the 1800s, where a group traveling from where was it? Somewhere east going to Oregon. They got caught in the snow and in the Donner Pass, couldn't move forward. And they resorted to cannibalism to stay alive.
Wow.
So they were first they started out eating the dead, but then afterwards they started actually killing people to eat.
Wow.
And so then somebody had a diary and wrote down exactly what was happening as it was happening.
But again, it speaks to, environment, having an impact on the values and principles and beliefs that people have that continue to, relate to us of the humanities.
Yeah, definitely. And then also then like, oh, wait a minute. They had this, I forgot when, I think it was during the election or shortly after, no, yeah, it was after, because Trump was in power, and Vance made a statement because it happened in Ohio, in Springfield, Ohio. Somebody claimed that the Haitians that were brought here through migration, to help out with the situation in Haiti, that they were eating pets, and it spread like wildfire. And it turned out there was nothing going on. Some pets were missing, and somebody speculated that was what was going on, and somehow it became linked that the sheriff office had put out a statement. And the sheriff's office, of course, said, well, no, we didn't. This was just a rumor that was started. And they traced it back to some woman, and she had, of course, no evidence. She just was guessing.
And there you have it.
And this rumor, but I'm like, wait a minute. Here they have a history, a documented history of cannibalism. In fact, how I found out about there was a movie made about this.
Wow.
So it's something that is well documented. They had the person's diary, and so they know what happened. But then here they are, later on, trying to accuse Haitians of killing and eating pets.
How about that?
And I'm like, this is just crazy. And you see that a number of things. Of course, I guess there's people who don't know their history and don't realize this is in their history and not in other people's history.
Wow.
At least not recent, not in the 1800s. I don't know of any cannibalism among other groups in the 1800s. If there was anything with cannibalism, this way back when, But there they have something in there, more somewhat recent history about cannibalism. But then they're talking about trying to accuse another group of eating pets. And also not even eating humans, pets. Animals versus people. And it seems like if you knew that you had this in your history, you wouldn't be that lucid, to just be making accusations when you have zero facts.
You would think.
But here you have plenty of facts. The dead people, the diary, they went to the location, found, the remains. So people are interested.
I like that. You sum it up. People are interested. Yes, we are.
I don't know if I told you this before, but I've come to the conclusion God made man for the joke. He had Adam naming plants and animals. That was cute for a while. But after a while, it seemed like he got bored of that, and he made another human. And that's when things got interesting.
I see.
That's when things got interesting, when they started right away. So what he supposedly did, and then their children came and it just went on. And God has to be looking at us and what we do and just laughing and shaking his head. It's like a reality TV, Real Housewives of Earth for him.
How about that? I understand.
So I say that's my conclusion. We always wonder what our purpose is, why. And my conclusion is God made man for the joke. There's the things that we do, he has to be sitting there laughing at us and saying, what idiots. Like how we laugh at the Real Housewives on the TV show and laugh at what they do. And the stupid things that they do, the stupid arguments they get into and the fights and all that kind of stuff entertains us. And I so strongly suspect that's the same thing with God. The stupid things that we do entertain him when he gets bored. When the animals and the cute things that the animals do use the norm and you want something to look at something different, you just switches the channel and look at what we do. We definitely do some stuff that makes no kind of sense whatsoever.
I hear you. I hear you. But I think you need a bigger platform, Mr. So I like it.
The one thing is, I'm not sure if I could, how consistent I could be at that. You know, there are things that, other things that I do that are very important and need to be done. And so, it would take me away from it.
You know, well, I'll be appreciative of what I am able to imbibe, and I'm grateful for it.
All right, no problem.
Be well, be strong.
I will try.
All righty. So yes, beloved, there you have it. You know, yes, indeed. Environment has a lot to do with how we think. And as a result, when we're talking about humanities, and the humanities that are, well, defined to any given people in a different place. I mean, we just heard about the humanities that come out from, well, from very dangerous, cold, frigid weather. Well, you would expect that it would have a little more violence than warmer climates. And again, beloved, when you have values like survival of the fittest, might makes right. I mean, beloved, it's a very different thing to an environment that is, well, the kind of Garden of Eden narrative that you get when you read about the early, and I mean early, tens of thousands of years ago, Nile River Valley. And so, beloved, the environment, the weather has its own impact on the consciousness of people. And as we just heard, beloved, you're not going to have the same values, the same principles, the same beliefs in them and those who have the privilege of enslaving others and benefiting from their labor. A very different value system than them and those who are the victims of enslavement. Because I question if you even have the capacity to hold values. You have the capacity to enforce principles. Do you have the wherewithal to secure your beliefs? Beloved, it's a very, very different thing as to what side of the, well, what side of the fulcrum are you on? If it's a seesaw. And on the one side, you've got the slave owners, which are smaller in number, but powerful. Whereas on the other side of the fulcrum, you got the enslaved. And while the enslaved have larger numbers, they don't have the power to check or balance the smaller number, but so much more powerful owners of the slaves. And so, yes, beloved, it makes all the difference in the world as to what side of the fulcrum you find yourself. You know, we call it a seesaw. And we know it from the playground as children that the fulcrum just balances what checks and balances are actually, well, meted out. And power will always overcome the powerless, even though they are the greater number. So that there are many, many more powerless people than there are those with power. But them with the power continue to prevail over those without. So in today's world, you've got, well, just a handful of people with power, billionaires as we call them, while the billions of people out there don't have any power at all. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Welcome back, man. Welcome.
Well, we will ask you, if that's the case, how come matriarchal, the female is more physically weaker than the male? How come matriarchal became first in terms of like what will rule?
Well,
Because using the analogy.
Well, this is what I think we've all been trying to get to understand. Uh, Came about with the what was it, the uh, Jehuti, the God of wisdom, came with a check and balance that allowed for, inheritance to pass through the woman. And that is what put the check on the stronger male.
I see that it's different. I see that it's different. There was a different set of values. I mean, and like I read somewhere that the first parent to be recognized was the female, and along that line, and also being the one that the bringer forth of life, all of that carries for society that has value the productivity of earth and the productivity of animals in general. So the female came down on the side of nature as the one that produced the life and food, her breast producing the food for the child, and the earth in a similar replica, a bigger representation of it, providing food and nourishment for man and animal. And that value system has guided. But you are, if you are limited to it's up to you. But I will look in
All I want to hear from you is that you accept that, yes, there were humanities before Africans were conquered. Now, whether you agree there were good humanities or bad, they overlap or they this, that, but the point is that yes, there were humanities with the African people.
You were just shooting. The color was just hanging before me, right? You were just discussing, right? And then you said certainly the survival of the fittest, some kind of phraseology you make and support like that.
Yeah.
And then you said environment and our environment and surrounding basically shapes our values and so forth.
Yeah.
But what about the human? So there's nothing within the human being, even if suppose he in a desert, does that mean he will become negative or hard in the feeling? There is not a passion, a compassionate part of human being, a rational part of human being that people analyze certain things.
I don't know I don't know that well, but all I know is that he would be different to someone who did not grow up in a desert. And that's the point that I'm making, that the environment has an impact on the consciousness.
Compassion, being kind, those qualities I don't think necessarily environment. Yeah, to a certain extent, you're bound with the potential of being either one or the other, but I think that within human being and that to be nurtured by the family or the society or the group, I think there's a quality within, unlike the animals, there's a quality within human beings. His environment could play and do play a part in his values and principles, but also the fact that he's a human being and he has reason and he has an intellect and he could discriminate between what is painful and what is pleasurable, and that will lead to morality and all those qualities that differentiated us from the other beings. I think that to make us stay. But anyway, thank you again and be safe on your journey home.
Thank you, man. Thank you. It's absolutely all right. A bit of it, I think we were able to extract from that is that, yes, indeed, environment has an impact on our consciousness. And so that somebody who grew up, well, like using his example, in that desert, is not going to have the same value system as somebody who did not grow up in a desert environment. And that's the point that I would want him to accept is that, hey, you know, you might not agree with the morality, but the fact still remains that environment has an impact on your consciousness. And so where you live, where you grow up, where you come from, you know, has a sincere impact on how you think. In other words, it impacts your consciousness. And so, like the earlier caller said, it's like people up north at the cold, they tend to be more violent than people in the walls. But again, the point is just that the environment impacts your consciousness, and that all in all, we as a people that were conquered, enslaved, and colonized, you know, we have to understand that so that we can actually get on the track that we need to achieve our mental emancipation by having our own values, our own principles, our own beliefs. And with that, I said, beloved, it don't matter how big a basket they give us. One, we could fill it up just as long as we do it together.